Take it away, Jon.
T-minus 13 minutes, 30 seconds, continuing to count down. We're continuing to load fuel onto the first stage. That should finish up in just about 6 minutes. Fuel is completely loaded on the second stage. That's closed out. And we are continuing to load liquid oxygen on both the first and second stage. The liquid oxygen load beginning on the second stage just about 3.5 minutes ago. We are also loading cryogenic helium into the storage vessels on the first and second stage, getting in the last little bits of helium when we keep it cryogenic, cold and liquefied. That gets us, just like we do with liquid oxygen, the maximum amount into the storage volume so that we can get the most performance out of the vehicle. Right now, we are in a fairly quiet state on the vehicle. Ground pumps continuing to put the propellant in to first and second stages. Next significant issue, callouts that we're going to hear will probably be inside the T-minus 10 minutes when they talk to the crew. We'll listen for that. But at the moment, everything continuing to look good at T-minus 12 minutes and 20 seconds.
We're getting real close now, Jon. It's only a little over 12 minutes away. Just a reminder for everybody, it's about a 9-minute ride uphill. We'll have some dueling boxes going on as that first stage is going to be coming home while the second stage is carrying Bob and Doug into orbit. But obviously, we'll be keeping an eye on our astronauts the whole way uphill. Some of the calls that you'll be hearing, as there will be what we call performance calls over the Dragon to ground the entire way uphill. And you'll just hear some of the SpaceX engineers calling out trajectories and booster performance. So we're always looking for that word nominal. I know that's one of Jon's favorite words. That's one of mine too. We want to hear nominal as much as possible up on the way uphill. You might also hear some number and letter combinations, and those correspond to the different abort zones that Bob and Doug are in during their flight uphill. There's 1A and 1B, which signify that they're on the first stage. Those carry them from there in the Cape all the way up to about the very top of North Carolina. And then we'll have 2A through 2E or 2 Echo, and that will be on the second stage, and that goes from North Carolina all the way up to about the tip of Newfoundland, so in the northern Atlantic. And then there is a zone of the northern Atlantic that we're going to avoid, and so you should hear the call out be something similar to forward to Shannon, and that just refers to Shannon, Ireland, which they'll be going off the coast of Ireland at the later stages of the second stage if they have to abort. So just prepping you now for some of those calls. You're hopefully going to hear that word nominal a whole lot on the way uphill. 10.5 minutes. Things are pretty quiet. As Jon I said, it'll pick up right at about 10 minutes. We'll wait for the crew just to confirm that their displays are in order. The crew is already strapped in and reported that they are go for launch. And we'll continue to watch the fuel gauges tick up on the Falcon 9 vehicle until fueling cuts off at just about 2 minutes prior to launch.
Dragon and SpaceX confirmed displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon displays are configured for launch.
Copy. Bob, Doug, on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, it's been a huge honor to help you get ready for today's historic mission. Know that we're with you. Have an amazing flight and enjoy those views of our beautiful planet.
Thanks, Jay. It is absolutely our honor to be part of this huge effort to get the United States back in the launch business. We'll talk to you from orbit. Thank you.
Copy all. Thanks for those words.
The SpaceX core, so again, that voice that's going to be talking to Bob and Doug throughout their mission from right here in Hawthorne, just offering a few quick words. The crew did confirm their crew displays are configured for launch. We are coming up on 9 minutes and counting.
We've gotten through T-minus 10 minute with the crew discussions. Activity is now going to switch over to Falcon 9. Our next major event comes at T-minus 7 minutes. We begin what we call engine chill. Pre-valves will open. Those currently separate propellants on the first stage from getting down to the Merlin engines. We'll open the pre-valves. That allowed fuel liquid oxygen to flow to the top of the pumps. And more importantly, When we open the valves, that'll allow us to begin chilling the 9 Merlin 1D turbopumps on the first stage engine. It'll take a few minutes to get them cold enough to where they would then be ready to pass the large amounts of liquid oxygen through the pumps and into the main thrust chambers when we get to engine ignition at T-minus 2 seconds. We don't want to try to run highly chilled liquid oxygen through a warm pump. You would flash that into gas, and running gas through a high-speed pump is not a good thing. So right now, we are waiting for T-minus 7 minutes. That'll start the engine chill. Shortly after that, we will also get the fuel shutdown. Listening to the SpaceX launch director in the background there. As I mentioned, at T-minus 7 minutes as we start the chill, we will also get into the final topping off of stage 1 fuel, and then the fuel load will complete.
Stage 1 and Stage 2 engine chill has started.
We've heard the call out. Stage 1 engine chill has started. That's gone up to the crew so that they've got situational awareness. As I mentioned, the pre-valves are open. And now we are topping off first stage fuel, getting ready to finish the fuel load. Liquid oxygen load on first and second
Engine
stage
hydraulics at pressure.
will continue until the last 3 to 2 minutes of the countdown.
We should hear that call out RP1 load complete coming up in about 6 minutes. Again, RP1 is just that densified kerosene or that rocket fuel that Falcon 9 is going to be used to power Bob and Doug to orbit today.
And Stage 1 fuel is closed out.
Right on time. That call out indicates that the fuel loading on the first stage is complete. Draining back the lines now, so first stage and second stage fuel are complete. Liquid oxygen loading is continuing on both stages. You can see on the view on the left side of the monitor the condensation, the cold gas wrapped around the stages as the tank skins are chilled by the densified liquid oxygen, picking up the humidity
Falcon
from
9
the
is in
Florida
top
air.
line.
It looks like at this moment we're a little more than 90% full on the oxidizer on the first stage, ticking up towards that 80% mark on the second stage. We'll be counting down all the way till about 2 or 3 minutes, as John and I just said, until everything is loaded
Falcon
in
9
Falcon
heaters
9.
closing out.
And then we will be go for launch.
Dragon has transitioned to configure for terminal count.
Vehicle tanks pressing for strong back retract.
We're pressurizing the Falcon 9 tanks. We're going to open the clamp arm around the second stage and begin to retract the strong back. We'll move back about 2 degrees. That'll get us to the liftoff position. At liftoff, the strong back will then recline about 45
Strong back
degrees
retract has
away.
started.
Stage 2 RP1 bleed.
Launch director called out the strong back retract has started. On the left, you'll see it go back just a couple of degrees.
Stage 1 RP1 bleed.
We are just 4 minutes away from liftoff. Again, at this moment, Bob and Doug are really just laser focused on those displays. They have insight directly into Dragon and the Falcon 9. They're able to see where their fuel loading is at, how everything's progressing down with the count.
AFTS final setup started.
3.5 minutes from launch.
And the Strongback is now reclining away from the Falcon 9.
MVAC igniter purges. Go bleed.
Dragon has transitioned to terminal count and is on internal power.
Stage 1, LOX load closed out.
Okay, we're at T-minus 2 minutes, 42 seconds. Stage 1 LOX load is closed out. Stage 2 will continue to load for about another half a minute or so. Once we get the completion of Stage 2 LOX loading, we have to vent down the line, so you'll see another large white cloud coming off of the Strongback. That'll be normal. That'll happen
Vehicle
around
is transitioning to internal
T-minus
power.
1 minute and 40 seconds. We're going on internal power now.
Just a few seconds away from the Stage 2 LOX load being complete. It's been almost 9 years since we've been in this position. A lot of work done by thousands of people to get to this point. All our eyes focused on 2 now.
Stage 2 LOX load is closed out. Propellant fills are complete.
Dragon is in auto idle.
Stage 2 LOX load complete. All fuel, all oxidizer on Falcon 9. 1 minute, 34 seconds to go till launch.
Ground gas closeouts is starting.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Dragon is in countdown.
FTS is armed for launch.
Under a minute now, the FTS, the flight termination system, has been armed.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, we're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Stage 1 tanks pressing for flight.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX. Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
America has launched.
One Alpha.
And so rises a new era of American spaceflight,
Stage 1
and with it
propulsion is
the
nominal.
ambitions of a new generation continuing the dream. 20 seconds into flight, Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 30 seconds into this historic mission. Flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9, and look at them go.
Falcon power telemetry nominal.
M1D throttle down.
We're throttling down to get ready for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the throttle bucket. Reports say all systems are go.
Vehicle is supersonic.
We've exceeded Mach 1 on the Falcon 9.
M1D throttle up.
We're throttling back up to full power as we're through
Bravo.
max Q.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
And We heard that one Bravo call out. That's just the second abort zone that they're in. They'll continue to be on this until the first stage has done its job and they switch over to the second. At this point, Bob and Doug pulling about 2.3 Gs, 2.3 times the Earth's gravity, already moving at over 1,500 miles per hour.
We've heard the call out for MVAC engine chill. That's getting the MVAC engine ready to light. That'll come at about 2:44 into flight. Right now, everything continuing to look good. Next major event coming up is going to be the triple. We'll have main engine cutoff of the 9 first stage engines, stage separation, and then ignition of the second stage engine to continue to carry astronauts into orbit. Coming up in about 20 seconds.
M1D throttle down.
We heard we're throttling down the Merlin engines on the first stage. And we have MECO.
MECO.
2 Alpha.
Falcon stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
MVAC ignition.
All right, we have stage separation confirmed. The first stage beginning its flight back. The second stage being powered by that single Merlin 1D vacuum engine has ignited and is now carrying Bob and Doug into orbit. So they're going to continue under the power of this second
Stage
stage.
2 propulsion is nominal.
Which will cut off at SECO, or second engine cut off at about 8 minutes and 44 seconds into today's flight. So a little over 5 minutes to go still on this second stage. You heard the call out to Alpha, so they're now in the longest abort zone that carries them all the way from about North Carolina up the eastern seaboard almost to Canada. Things looking good though, getting good call outs, nominal propulsion on that second stage. Bob and Doug continuing to make their way into orbit.
Dragon SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Acquisition of signal in Bermuda.
SpaceX Dragon nominal trajectory.
All right, here in nominal trajectory, so Dragon pointed in the right direction, continuing to make their flight uphill. Heard acquisition of signal Bermuda. That's one of the other ground stations that they're using to get telemetry and data back from this spacecraft.
Stage 2 propulsion is still nominal.
A little over 4 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight. Bob and Doug flying at more than 5,600 miles
Dragon
per hour.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
Already almost 200 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Nominal trajectory continuing. And while they continue uphill, looks like we are getting a view of the first stage as well.
Yep, on your right screen, you can see that first stage with the grid fins deployed. It's making its way back to attempt to land on our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You today. And we're just about a couple minutes away from the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 Merlin engines do ignite to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. And then after the entry burn will be the landing burn, which is just a single engine
Dragon
burn.
SpaceX nominal trajectory.
And you heard
Nominal
Starting
trajectory.
chill for entry burn.
there's that call out. They are still on a nominal trajectory on Dragon, still on second stage, and that's that MVAC engine on second stage on your left screen. Again, on your right screen is that first stage booster coming back towards our drone ship, Of Course, I Still Love You. We're about a minute away from entry burn.
Meanwhile, that second stage continuing to power Dragon into orbit. Again, if you're keeping an eye on that timer, that's going to continue to burn until 8 minutes and 44 seconds into flight. So a little over 2 minutes from now, we'll hear the call out SECO. It'll then be a little
Stage
under,
2 propulsion is still good.
A little over 3 minutes until Dragon physically separates from the second stage of the Falcon 9 after the upper
Dragon
stage gets a
SpaceX
chance.
nominal trajectory.
Dragon copies, nominal trajectory.
Continuing to check in with Bob and Doug as they are on a nominal trajectory. Just about 10 seconds away from that first stage, starting that entry burn on your right screen. We should be able to see that view live.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there is that entry burn
Acquisition of signal,
beginning.
New Hampshire.
This burn lasts about 36 seconds long.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
While that entry burn continues, we're just about a minute away from SECO. We'll have a number of events all happen in rapid succession. It'll be the second engine cutoff.
Stage 1
We'll
entry
be
burn
looking for that stage 1 landing burn shortly after.
Yeah, actually, just within a few seconds of each other. It's such a cool view on your left screen, seeing Bob and Doug on Dragon. Right now, you can see the displays that they are seeing right now themselves.
Terminal guidance.
And back throttle step.
We are coming up 25 seconds or so away from SECO, or second engine cutoff.
This is also the point where Bob and Doug are experiencing their highest G-force. We're seeing the counter tick up to right about
Stage 1
1.8.
transonic.
Copy, Shannon.
You heard Shannon, so that just means they're in their final abort zones. If they were to abort at this point, it would either be an abort to orbit or to land off the coast of Ireland. Standing by for second
Stage 1
engine
landing
cutoff
startup.
confirmation.
And back throttle step. And back shutdown.
Stage 1 landing learn.
Confirmation of SECO's second engine cutoff.
Now we are waiting for our first stage to make its way to our drone ship. Of course, I still love
Dragon
you.
SpaceX nominal orbital insertion.
Did
Launch
get
escape system
confirmation
is disarmed.
nominal
Dragon
orbital
copies,
insertion.
nominal
Stage
orbital
1 landing leg
insertion.
deploy.
And what you're seeing on your screen is a live view of our drone ship, where our first stage will be coming down. Looks like we lost that live view, but we'll wait for confirmation of that landing shortly here.
Falcon 9 first stage is successfully landed.
And
aboard
there you
full
can
cycle
see on
load.
your screen, Falcon 9 has landed. This is the first Falcon 9 to carry
Acquisition of signal,
humans to
Newfoundland.
orbit, so very exciting for us. And as you can see on your right screen, Bob and Doug are still making their way to their targeted orbit.
M1D to recovery 1.
So exciting today.
M1D.
It doesn't stop.
It does not stop.
All right, we did hear again that call out, good orbital insertion, so that means Falcon 9 and Dragon right now exactly where they're supposed to be.
M1D to FRC on recovery 1.
And it's right at about 12
This
minutes
is FRC.
when
Can you
Dragon will
switch over to
separate.
ECF9?
Looks like we saw a 0G indicator floating around there. I know Bob and Doug owe us a little bit about what exactly that is that they brought up with them.
And before separation, before Dragon initiates separation from the second stage, they do make sure to they do ensure that the vehicle is not spinning and it is in good condition before we separate.
That's right, the upper stage does small attitude maneuver using some cold gas thrusters built into the rocket body itself.
Exactly, so we do expect that separation to occur in about a minute from now, but they do wait until they have full confirmation that it is ready to separate. Such cool views. I cannot get over this view that we are seeing right now. Bob and Doug on the right screen, inside of Crew Dragon, out in space.
Yeah, already 200 kilometers over planet Earth, or a little over 124 miles, traveling in excess of 2,700 meters, 27,000 meters per second, or about 16,000 miles per hour. So again, we're just standing by. That separation event should be coming up shortly. Then they'll begin a series of checks on the Draco thrusters that are going to be used to maneuver and then power Dragon on its flight to the International Space Station. Standing by for separation.
Expected loss of signal, Wallows.
It sounds like we had an expected LOS, loss of signal, with one of the ground stations. Waiting for confirmation now of that.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon separation confirmed.
There is a great view right in front of you
Countdown
of
one,
Dragon separating.
Separation confirmed.
And there's that call out. Dragon is now officially making its way to the International Space Station today.
Dragon SpaceX with that separation call. We have a few words for you from our Falcon 19.
Standing by.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to Ground. Bob Doug, on behalf of the entire launch team, thanks for flying with Falcon 9 today. We hope you enjoyed the ride and wish you a great mission.
Thanks, Bala. Congratulations to you and the F9 team for the first human ride for Falcon 9. And it was incredible. Appreciate all the hard work, and thanks for the great ride to space.
Copy all.
And Mike, proud of you guys and the rest of the team. Thank you so much for what you've done for us today, putting America back into low Earth orbit from the Florida coast.
Copy all. Good luck. Godspeed.
All right, so Bob and Doug are in
And Dragon
space.
SpaceX, we confirm nominal ECLS activation and service section Draco checkouts. Nose cone deploys in progress.
Copy all. We're monitoring.
The Corps here in Hawthorne giving the crew a heads up that we have confirmation the nose cone is deploying. So again, that nose cone is going to open up a little bit more than 90 degrees, goes up to about, I think, 105 degrees, and that's going to expose the actual docking ring and the hatch that they're going to be going through once they attach to the International Space Station, and also 4 of those Draco thrusters, we call them the forward bulkhead thrusters, that are going to be used for these major phase burns or firings of those thrusters to actually raise their orbit gradually over the coming hours. Also heard good activation of the ECLS, that's the Environmental Control and Life Support System. That's everything controlling their atmosphere, just keeping Dragon a nice, safe, habitable environment where they're going to be living for the next 19 hours until they arrive at the space station.
Right, exactly. And Falcon 9's job may be done for today, but the mission is not over. Crew Dragon's job is not done. As you can see, Bob and Doug are still inside Crew Dragon, making their way. It will be a 19-hour trip to the International Space Station before they dock tomorrow morning. And such cool views. I love that we can get these live views here and see and watch what they're doing now that they are in orbit.
Yeah, it's incredible to just be looking over their shoulder, to be along for the ride. And we're going to be with them, and we're going to be with all of you the entire way for their journey to the space station. We're going to be covering live throughout. Bob and Doug will obviously have a sleep period where they'll get about 8 hours of sleep a little bit later today before they wake up for all of their final approach. One of the major things we are looking forward to in the next couple of hours is going to be their first turn at the controls. So they're actually going to be using those touchscreen displays to take control and manually pilot Dragon. We'll walk you through what that's going to look like, and assuming we have some good ground station coverage, we'll be able to get views from right inside Dragon, looking over their shoulder as they manipulate the controls at the display. But I mean, we had a smooth ride uphill, both stages of the Falcon 9 doing their job, placing Bob and Doug into orbit. I mean, this is a day, this is a historical day. This is us kicking off that new era of space flight that we've all been talking
That call out tells us that the chill sequence we began at T-minus 7 minutes is now complete.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
That completes propellant loading on the Falcon 9. Stage 2 LOX load, the last one to finish up inside of 2 minutes. We'll now begin venting down the plumbing lines that go up that strong back that you can see behind the Falcon 9. So if you see a plume of white gas coming out, that's normal. You can see in the view from the camera, we're now venting down the liquid oxygen lines on the strong back, getting ready for launch. Next event will be startup, coming at T-minus 1 minute.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Here's the call out. We're in startup. We're now pressurizing first and second stage tanks for flight.
LD countdown net, go for launch.
There we go. The final call to SpaceX launch director is given to go for launch. We're at T-minus 35 seconds and counting. All systems are go.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Stage 1 tanks pressing for flight.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
M1D propulsion is nominal.
Plus 40 seconds. Everything looking good? That's the call out. Says M1D engines are throttling down, getting ready to reduce vehicle acceleration in preparation for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. We're in the bottom of the throttle bucket, as they call it. Now the Merlin engines coming back up to full power as we get ready to go supersonic.
Vehicle is supersonic.
Supersonic, we're coming through the period of maximum dynamic pressure.
Vehicle has reached maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Guidance engineer confirms we're through the period of greatest pressure on the vehicle. Continuing downrange, trajectory looks good. Propulsion looks good. Avionics looks good.
MVAC chill has started.
That announcement from stage 2 propulsion. We're now beginning to chill in the turbo pump on the upper stage engine to get ready for its ignition, coming up in about 45 seconds. Nice view from the SpaceX cameras at Cape Canaveral as we head east out of Space Launch Complex 40 into the first of 2 orbits planned for today. This orbit is the parking orbit, a low Earth orbit trajectory that will take us over the equator and will eventually relight the upper stage engine to transfer us into the desired geostationary transfer orbit. Now main engine cutoff, or MECO, coming up in several seconds, followed by pneumatic separation. The first stage pushes away from the second stage, and then ignition of the second stage engine.
Stage separation confirmed.
MECO on time. Stage sep looks good. And the call out, MVAC-D engine is at full power. The view on the left screen, you can see the large titanium grid fins now slowly opening. That begins about a 2-minute period as we slowly rotate the first stage around to get it ready to come back through the atmosphere and land on the drone ship in the Atlantic off the east coast of Florida. Right-hand side, second stage engine glowing red. That's normal for the MVAC-D.
Trajectory.
Trajectory is nominal, we've heard from the guidance engineer. Great views coming from space. We're coming up on fairing deploy.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And we've heard the call out from the avionics engineer. Fairing separation is confirmed. I think you can see in the background behind the MVAC-D nozzle, one half of the fairing way in the distance as it went past the camera. So right now we're coming up 4 minutes into flight. Trajectory is looking excellent. We're right down the middle of the road. Power on the upper stage engine is good. Bermuda is now getting the telemetry from the Falcon 9, and we're getting great views from space at T plus 4 minutes and 13 seconds.
For those of you just joining us, we had a successful liftoff of our Falcon 9 rocket at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time from Cape Canaveral. On the right-hand side of your screen, our second stage, its engine is glowing as we continue to take the Anasis 2 satellite payload to its desired orbit. On the left-hand side, our first stage. We're beginning our recovery attempt on our drone ship out in the Atlantic Ocean. The next milestones coming up include that first stage's entry burn, followed by the second stage engine cutoff, known as SECO 1, the first stage landing burn, and then that hopeful landing. The entry burn will occur at about 6.5 minutes after liftoff. And what you don't see pictured here are those two fairing halves. They've been jettisoned, and it will take some time for them to get down to sea level. So we won't be covering on the webcast that recovery attempt status, but stay tuned on social media for updates. You see some pretty clear pictures of Earth there. The first stage has reached apogee. It's beginning to head down there. We're only going to be firing 3 of our Merlin engines during this entry burn in order to slow the vehicle down before it gets to the thicker parts of Earth's atmosphere. It'll slow the vehicle by about 25%. When we perform stage separation, that first stage was traveling about 2.5 kilometers per second. So we have a lot of velocity to reduce.
Great.
And we're just under 30 seconds from that entry burn beginning. It's going to last about 24 seconds. We're 10 seconds away from entry burn. Hopefully we'll be able to hear that call out and have visual confirmation that burn's begun.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Our entry burn has begun. You'll see that the exhaust there will grow and start to become elliptical as we turn on the engines. The center engine fires first, the 2 side engines fire shortly after that. So that exhaust will seem to grow during this burn.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
All right, 1 burn down, 1 to go. That's the landing burn. It'll occur in about 1 minute from now, along with the next milestone, the second stage engine cutoff, or SECO 1. That'll be at T plus 8 minutes, 7 seconds. During SECO 1, we shut down the second stage MVAC engine on the right-hand side of the screen.
Also signal first stage, Cape Canaveral, expected.
In about 25 seconds after SECO 1, Falcon 9 will touch down, hopefully, on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. Currently, it's in the Atlantic, about 350 nautical miles off the coast of Florida.
Start of terminal guidance.
And in terms of velocity of that first stage, drag alone is slowing the first stage down another 80%. That landing burn will take us back to get that last 20%, touch us down safely. Just under 10 seconds from landing burn and SECO 1.
SECO.
Stage 1, landing burn, startup.
We have confirmation of both landing burn and SECO 1. We're waiting confirmation of a good orbital insertion for that Anasis 2 satellite. And the landing
Stage
lights
1.
Also, landing lights are deploying now.
Nominal park orbit insertion.
And there it is. That is our 57th successful landing of a Falcon 9 on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. While we were watching that landing, we also had confirmation of nominal orbit insertion. We're all pretty excited over here at SpaceX for being able to use this first stage for a third time coming up. But going back to our primary mission on the second stage, it's going to coast for about 18 minutes until we cross the equator, where we perform the second of 2 burns of the upper stage to help change the orbit. We're going to take a break until then. We're going to leave you with a map of where we are in the mission. We'll be back at about T plus 26 minutes for the second burn of our MVAC engine.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
So with that call out, Falcon 9 is now on autonomous internal control. Coming up, we'll hear from the launch director, see if they will give their final go for launch.
LD is go for launch.
So with that, Falcon 9 team's ready to go, vehicle ready to go, weather and range ready to support. Why don't we listen in to these final 30 seconds of terminal count.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Stage 1 flight press.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff.
Vehicle pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 40 seconds, Falcon 9 successfully lifting off from Launch Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We're taking that Starlink orbit to its first, Starlink satellites to its first targeted orbit and eventually a circular orbit. We actually just throttled down for maximum dynamic pressure, or max Q, on those 9 Merlin engines. We'll expect to hear that call out here shortly.
Vehicle supersonic. Max Q.
So call out there for having gone through the point of maximum aerodynamic pressure. That's when the loads on the vehicle are the highest from the combination of our velocity, but increasing while the density of the atmosphere decreases. Now, coming up in just about a minute, we will have 3 events happening back to back. First will be main engine cutoff, or MECO. That's where we'll shut down those 9 Merlin engines. You can see the plume expanding from them on the back of the rocket here. That'll be in preparation for
into
stage
tail has begun.
separation. Now, stage separation is where the first and second stages will separate. First stage will continue on a parabolic trajectory towards the drone ship, while the second stage continues on to the final event, or second engine start number 1. That's where that Merlin vacuum engine will ignite. And once it lights up, it'll propel the second stage along with Starlink satellites into orbit. Actually heard earlier that we've started chill in on the turbo pumps of the Merlin vacuum engine to get it ready for that full flow of propellant and oxidizer. So coming up just about 12 seconds from now, expect to see MECO, its main engine cutoff, then stage separation, and then at about T plus 2 minutes and 45 seconds, second engine start number 1.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
So there is successful stage separation and second engine start. You can see the grid fins deploying on the left-hand side of your screen. That's the first stage. On the right-hand side of your screen is the Merlin vacuum engine starting to glow brightly with the heat of that combustion reaction. First stage making its way back towards
Acquisition of
planet
signal,
Earth.
Merlin.
Coming up here should be fairing deployment shortly.
Separation confirmed.
There's a call out on the nets and a beautiful shot of the Starlink satellites. You can see on the right-hand side there a little bit of planet Earth. And actually, you can see a fairing half there trailing away. Now, as a reminder, we will be attempting to recover both the fairing halves today on our recovery ships, Mystery and Mischief, that are also stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. Second stage heading towards its targeted drop-off orbit. Now, while that's happening, the first stage is actually going to execute 2 burns to make its way back to Earth. You can see right now that we are actually pitching the first stage vehicle to try to get those Merlin engines facing towards the atmosphere.
Signal Bermuda.
Those periodic gas clouds that you see along the first stage are actually from our attitude control system. And once we get to the top of the Earth's atmosphere, we'll ignite 3 of the 9 Merlin engines for entry burn. That'll help slow down the first stage as it re-enters the upper parts of the Earth's atmosphere. And the second of those burns will actually happen much closer to touchdown on the drone ship. That's the landing burn, where we will ignite just a single Merlin engine at the center of the set of 9. And that'll slow down the vehicle rapidly before hopefully a soft touchdown on our drone ship. On the right-hand side of your screen, continuing to see the Merlin vacuum engine continuing to burn. This is a pretty long burn for the Merlin vacuum engine. This will be going until about T plus 8 minutes and 48 seconds. Call out there from the navigation officer that the second stage is on a nominal trajectory at this point. So flying right down the middle of the bars. Cool shot from the interstage on the left-hand side of your screen. That's looking up at where the second stage previously was, looking out towards space, because those Merlin engines are pointed towards planet Earth. Coming up in about a minute from now, we'll expect to see that entry burn start. Entry burn will expected to last about 20 seconds. Again, that'll be 3 Merlin engines, and usually you can actually see the plume sort of creeping up the side of the rocket, since the vehicle is right now both going thousands of miles an hour. At this point, the first stage has reached the highest point of its orbit, the apogee, so it is on the downhill portion of its trajectory. You can see Earth getting bigger and bigger.
Stage 1 FTS is saved.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Startup of those 3 Merlin 1D engines on the first stage. Second stage continuing to burn nominally.
Expected loss of signal, Cape.
Stage 1, entry burn shut down.
So with that, we will continue on the first stage to apply some attitude control from those attitude control thrusters. And as the atmosphere gets thicker and thicker, the grid fins will actually start to gain most of the control authority.
Second stage on nominal trajectory.
And the grid fins will continue to fly Falcon 9 in, giving us aerodynamic control. Looks like we just lost the link as it re-enters there. Here's a shot of the drone ship. Again, that's 624 kilometers off the east coast of Florida, awaiting first stage for a landing attempt. Second stage continuing to look good. That glow that you see on the nozzle extension is normal. That's just from the heat of the combustion reaction radiating out to space through the nozzle. Now, part of the reason why the second stage has such a large nozzle is to try to get the most out of the propulsive gases that we're producing in the propulsion chamber. And so that allows the second stage to be a little more efficient in the vacuum of space. Coming up here, we expect to hear a call out for landing burn start on the first stage. That'll be just a single center Merlin engine.
Landing burn startup.
Shortly after, we'll expect to see landing leg deploy, and then hopefully a touchdown on the drone ship.
Terminal guidance.
Stage 1, landing leg deploy.
Looks like right in the center. That marks 61 successful recoveries. Third time for this booster. Now, coming up about 8 seconds from now, second stage is also going to shut down its engine for second engine cutoff number 1. Keep an eye out for that on the right-hand side of your screen.
Seco 1.
And successful shutdown of the Merlin vacuum engine. Navigation officers will be assessing whether we have ended up in the right orbit. And most of the way up, we were right down the middle.
Nominal orbit insertion.
So good call out there. We're in the first of 2 planned orbits. Now, the second stage is going to coast in this orbit for about the next 30 minutes. We're actually going to take a break while it's doing that, but we'll leave you with an animation that shows exactly where the stage is in this coast phase. And we'll see you back here at T plus 42 minutes for reignition of the second stage's engine. See you back shortly. Welcome back to our webcast coverage for our 13th Starlink mission. Now, if you're just joining us, we had a successful liftoff at 7:29 a.m. Eastern Time, successfully recovered that booster. Second stage is on a nominal orbit, and we're just awaiting about 10 seconds from now what's called second engine start number 2. That is ignition of the Merlin vacuum engine to bring us into a circular orbit.
MVAC burn 2, and good shutdown.
So super fast second engine start number 2, and then followed by second engine cutoff number 2. That was to raise the perigee, or the lowest point of our orbit, to be circular and similar to the apogee. And we also, looking at the data, have confirmation of a good circular orbit. And we actually got some cool shots as well from recovery. This is a shot from our drone ship. Just read the instructions, and you can see on the horizon there, that is the first stage from today's mission on, of course, I Still Love You. Again, that's the third landing for that booster, 61st overall recovery. And we actually caught a fairing half today as well. That's the active fairing half. And this fairing half has flown 3 times, landed it right square in the middle of the net. We did have to abort the catch attempt on the passive half, but we're in the process of recovering that from the water on our other recovery vessel. So from here, second stage is going to continue in this orbit for about the next 16 minutes. During this time, it'll actually start to pick up a spin on its central axis. It'll start using its attitude control system to start a small rotation, and that's to give the Starlink satellites the momentum they need to space themselves after they do their deployment activities. That's expected to happen at about T+1 hour, or around 8:29 a.m. Eastern Time. So we'll see you back then. Welcome back to our coverage for the Starlink launch. Now, if you're just joining us, we had successful ascent of the first stage at 7:29 a.m. Eastern Time. We recovered that first stage as well. Second stage is currently in a circular orbit around the planet, about 275 kilometers above the Earth's surface. And coming up next will be deployment of the 60 Starlink satellites. We actually just saw a shot of them earlier. Now, the second stage has picked up a slight spin. It picked that up from its attitude control systems. And that's to give the Starlink satellites enough momentum so they can space themselves out after deployment, which is expected just about 40 seconds from now. And you may have noticed it's a little bit dark. We're actually on the nighttime side of the planet. And a cool shot right now from a camera on the top of the second stage, looking up at the stack of 60 Starlink satellites. Starlink is part of our space-based internet constellation, and we're continuing to build up that network with today's launch. It's coming up about 10 seconds. Expect to see payload deployment.
Starlink deployed confirmed.
So you can see the Starlink satellites gently floating away from the second stage. Now, shortly they will, once they've had a chance to space out a little bit, they'll deploy their solar arrays, and over the next few days and weeks, they'll start to distance themselves out using their onboard ion thrusters to make their way to their final operational orbits, about 550 kilometers above the Earth's surface. So happy to see them off and on their way to complete their mission. And with that, it's actually going to bring our webcast coverage to a close. We want to give a big thanks to the Range and the Federal Aviation Administration for supporting today's mission. If you're interested in getting future news about Starlink, head on over to starlink.com and sign up for updates. With that, we hope you have a wonderful rest of the day and a happy end to Scrubtober.
To monitor, let's listen into the nets for the last few minutes of terminal count. And you can see that we have some white clouds starting to form around Falcon 9. This is completely normal for us at this stage in the countdown. That is liquid oxygen condensing when it meets the warmer ambient airs of Florida. We've just passed the T-minus 1 minute mark. Both stages are beginning to pressurize for launch. And we are reaching the T-minus 30-second mark. All systems are go for launch. And this is mission CRS-21, the last mission of Dragon for this year. plus 50 seconds into flight. Falcon 9 is carrying our upgraded Dragon vehicle to low Earth orbit. In a few seconds, we'll be passing max Q, which is the moment where the vehicle will experience the highest amount of aerodynamic pressures. And we've just passed max Q. Coming up are 3 events in rapid succession. The first event is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 of the Merlin engines on the Falcon 9 first stage will shut down in preparation for the second event, which is stage separation. This is where the first and second stage will separate from one another. And a few seconds after that, we'll have a second engine start 1, where the Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite to boost Dragon to low Earth orbit. Again, that is main engine cutoff, stage separation, followed by second engine start on the second stage. Main engine cutoff should happen around the T plus 2 minute and 31 second mark. And you just saw on screen successful main engine cutoff, stage separation, and ignition of our second stage. So on screen right now, you have 2 different views. On the right-hand side is a view of our second stage Merlin vacuum engine. On top of that second stage is our Dragon vehicle. And on the left-hand side is a view from the top of our first stage looking downward. The first stage will continue its descent back towards Earth and attempt landing on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You, in a few minutes, while the second stage continues to take our Dragon vehicle to low Earth orbit. If you are just joining us, this is the 21st commercial resupply mission for the International Space Station for NASA. This is also SpaceX's 24th launch this year. And we're flying a cargo configuration of our new Dragon spacecraft. Now looking on the left-hand side of your screen, the first stage, in order to make its way back to our drone ship, the first stage executes a series of 2 burns. The first burn is the entry burn, where 3 of the Merlin engines will reignite. This helps to slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper parts of the Earth's atmosphere. The second and final burn is the landing burn. This is a single engine burn that brings the vehicle speed down rapidly. The stage 1 entry burn should happen around the T plus 6.5 minute mark. Until then, we get some really cool views of both the first and second stage. You notice that our grid fins on the first stage have also deployed. Those help to guide the first stage back during descent. You can also see some periodic plumes of gas, that's nitrogen, coming from our attitude control systems. And those help to orient the first stage as it continues to fall back towards Earth. And there it goes. We're about a minute away from the first of these 2 burns on the first stage. And just checking in with the second stage, everything seems to be looking nominal.
Trajectory nominal.
That engine that you see on the right-hand side can produce over 220,000 pounds of thrust in a vacuum. That single engine is what is carrying Dragon to low Earth orbit right now. And we're just a few seconds away from our re-entry burn on the first stage. Watch for those 3 Merlin engines to relight and slow the stage down.
Stage 1, entry burn startup.
And there's our entry burn. Again, that's 3 engines slowing the first stage down before it hits that dense part of the Earth's atmosphere.
Trajectory nominal.
Stage 1, entry burn shutdown.
And we are done with the first of 2 burns on the first stage. The second burn, the landing burn, will happen at the T plus 8 minute and 18 second mark. That second burn should last for about 25 seconds. And as that burn is happening, we should also be having another major event for the second stage, second engine cutoff. We'll see if we can hear that as the landing burn begins. As we wait for this landing burn, this is going to be our 68th attempt to recover our first stage, and we are going to be attempting to land on our drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean. Of course, I still love you.
Second stage in terminal guidance.
Stage 1, landing burn startup.
And we got audio confirmation
STS is saved.
That the first stage has begun its landing burn. Everything's looking great on the second stage right now.
Stage 1, landing leg deploy.
There's a view from our drone ship. Here comes Falcon 9.
Eco.
And Falcon 9 has landed once again. That is the 68th successful first stage recovery. This mission also marks the 100th successful flight of Falcon 9. It's also the 35th time we've landed successfully on our drone ship. Of course, I still love you. During that landing, we did get confirmation of second stage, second engine cutoff, also confirmation of a good orbit. And second stage now has one last major task, commanding separation of Dragon just a few minutes from now. And we should have a video of Dragon separation from the top of the second stage. It should give us a nice view into Dragon's unpressurized cargo trunk area. This is an animation to show where each of the stages are currently in this mission. The second stage has turned off its Merlin vacuum engine and is currently coasting, awaiting for Dragon separation. There's a view of the unpressurized section of Dragon. Now, for a typical CRS mission after Dragon deploys, we would be waiting for solar array deployment, but as a reminder, this is our new Dragon vehicle and it has solar panels mounted along the surface of the trunk. You might be able to see it once Dragon separates, but those solar panels are already activated and producing power. We are about 45 seconds away from Dragon separation. Again, we are in a coast phase. Even though the engines are not on, we are still coasting at pretty fast pace, 27,000 kilometers per hour. And we are expecting Dragon separation just a few seconds from now.
Dragon separation confirmed.
And there is Dragon separated from the second stage. What a cool view. That is, if you've been following us, looks a lot different than our previous CRS missions. Dragon is carrying approximately 6,400 pounds of cargo to the International Space Station on this mission. A small portion of the cargo represents supplies for the astronauts, things like food and clothing, but most of the cargo represents science going up to the space station. The International Space Station serves as the world's leading laboratory for cutting-edge research and technology development that will enable human and robotic exploration of destinations beyond low Earth orbit, including the Moon and even Mars. The Dragon vehicle is just beginning its journey. It has about 26 hours before reaching the space station. The next major event is nose cone deploy, and that's where we expose the guidance, navigation, and control sensors and docking mechanisms. We won't be able to see that on camera, but we should be able to get confirmation of it.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition and liftoff.
Impulse pitching downrange.
Stage 1 chamber pressure is nominal.
We are T plus 43 seconds into flight. Falcon 9 has cleared the tower and is currently throttling down to prepare for max Q at around the T plus 1 minute and 12 second mark. Max Q is where the vehicle will experience the highest amount of aerodynamic pressures.
Falcon 9 is supersonic. Max Q.
And we've just passed max Q. That is a really cool tracking shot of Falcon 9. All is looking good with the stage 1 trajectory. In about a minute, we have 3 events coming up in quick succession. First up is main engine cutoff. That's where the 9 engines on the first stage will shut off, followed by stage separation, where the first and second stages will separate from one another. Shortly after that, we'll have second engine start 1. The Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage will ignite its engine and continue its journey into orbit.
MVAC engine chill has begun.
We're about 20 seconds away from main engine cutoff, the start of those 3 events happening in rapid succession.
Main engine cutoff.
Stage separation confirmed.
Coming up in a few seconds, we should have the fairing deploy.
MVAC ignition.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And there you can see the 2 fairing halves have separated and fallen away from the vehicle, exposing the 143 spacecraft to the vacuum of space. And as a reminder, our recovery vessel, Miss Chief, will be attempting to recover the fairing halves today from the water. We're at T plus 3 minutes and 30 seconds into flight. We have a couple of views on screen right now. On the right-hand side is a view of the second stage, specifically the MVAC engine. It's currently in the first of its 2 MVAC burns. This burn should last for about another 5 minutes or so. And on the left-hand side of the screen is a view from the top of our first stage looking down. The next milestone for the first stage will be its re-entry burn. Falcon 9 needs to execute an entry burn to slow itself down before hitting the dense parts of the atmosphere. Without this burn, relying on the atmosphere alone to slow Falcon 9 down will put unnecessary strain on the rocket. And that entry burn is coming up at around the T plus 7 minute and 47 minute mark, just a few minutes from now. For those just joining us, this is the Transporter 1 mission for SpaceX, the first dedicated small-sat rideshare program mission, and it's also the 3rd mission of 2021. We're just waiting on the next major event for this mission, which is the first stage entry burn. That's going to be happening around the T plus 7 minute and 47 mark. You can see some periodic bursts of gas from the first stage. That is nitrogen from our attitude control systems. They help to orient the first stage as it continues to make its descent back towards Earth. And as we get closer to the Earth, you'll start to notice those honeycomb-like structures on the left-hand side of your screen start to move and pivot. Those are our hypersonic grid fins, and those help to steer the first stage back as it returns back to Earth. As for the second stage, MVAC performance looks nominal. Just a few seconds after we finish the stage 1 entry burn, we'll be shutting off the second stage Merlin vacuum engine and enter a small coast phase. Again, we'll need to relight this engine later on in the mission to get to our eventual destination in orbit.
Stage 1 FTS is saved.
We are about 45 seconds away from that stage 1 entry burn. For the entry burn, it is a 3-engine burn, so 3 of the 9 Merlin engines on the first stage will relight and start to slow the stage down before it hits the denser parts of the Earth's atmosphere.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there's the entry burn. 3 of the 9 Merlin engines have relit. This burn is expected to last for about 30 seconds.
Second stage and terminal guidance.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
And you can see on screen the entry burn has concluded, and in just a few seconds we should be hearing the call up for second engine cutoff, where we'll shut down the second stage MVAC engine.
FDS is saved.
There's the second stage.
Also signal stage 1, Cape expected.
The second stage has shut down its engine. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to be attempting to recover the booster for a 5th time.
Nominal parking orbit insertion.
On our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You. The first stage has 1 more burn left, the landing burn, and it begins just before we touch down and provides the booster with a soft descent before we land. That should be starting up anytime now. And we did get confirmation of the second stage that it did reach a good parking orbit.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
LOS stage 2, Cape Canaveral expected.
And Falcon 9 returns safely once again. That is the 5th time for this particular booster and the 73rd recovery of an orbital class rocket. A great way to start off the mission and a great way to start off the Sunday.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition and liftoff.
Stage 1 propulsion
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Plus 40 seconds into flight, and Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, carrying our stack of Starlink satellites to orbit. We're now throttling down our engines in preparation for max Q, which is maximum aerodynamic pressure. This is the largest structural load that the vehicle sees on ascent. We've got an awesome view of first stage of Falcon 9 there on your screen.
Max Q.
There's that call out that we've passed through max Q. Now in about a minute, we'll have 3 events happening within seconds of each other. The first will be main engine cutoff, or what we call MECO, followed by stage separation and SES-1, or second engine start 1. Now, MECO is where we shut down all 9 of the M1D engines on the first stage to slow the vehicle down in preparation for stage separation. And stage separation is where the first stage separates from the second stage.
Vehicle is following a nominal trajectory.
Good call-outs there. First stage will then make its way back to Earth and attempt to land on our drone ship, Just Read the Instructions, while stage 2 continues its journey with the third event being second engine start 1. And that's where we light up that MVAC engine, and it will propel the second stage with our Starlink satellites to orbit. Now we're just about 10 seconds or so away from those 3 events. That is MECO, stage separation, and SES-1.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition.
And there we just had MECO and stage separation. On your right-hand screen, you're looking at that MVAC engine on the second stage, confirming SES-1.
Propulsion nominal.
And a good call out that stage 2 is nominal.
Continue to follow nominal trajectories.
Both vehicles are nominal.
Separation confirmed.
And there you can see on your screen the fairing halves have been deployed. They are now making their way back to Earth, and as a reminder, we will be attempting to recover the fairing halves today with our recovery ships Go Searcher and Go Navigator.
All right, as stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. The first is the entry burn, where 3 of the Merlin 1D engines will reignite, and this helps slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper part of the Earth's atmosphere. The second burn is the landing burn, and this is a single engine burn that brings the vehicle speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship. We're about T plus 4 minutes into flight, and if you're just catching up with us, we had a successful launch of Falcon 9 from Cape Canaveral, Space Launch Complex 40. If you're looking at a live view of the Falcon 9 Stage 2 as it delivers our Starlink payload to orbit. Stage 1 is cruising back to our drone ship, Just Read the Instructions, in the Atlantic Ocean. We'll continue to watch stage 2 here on a nominal ascent for a few minutes. As a reminder, the Merlins on the first stage are optimized for sea level, and these achieve around 190,000 pounds of thrust during ascent and descent. The MVAC engine is optimized for vacuum and achieves about 220,500 pounds of thrust on the single engine. The Starlink constellation is in low Earth orbit, or LEO, at around 550 kilometers. Now, most geostationary satellites are at 1,000 kilometers altitude, and these are the general satellites that we see in most other systems. When the satellites are farther from Earth, the round-trip data time between the user and the satellite, also known as latency, is much higher, resulting in poorer performance for activities like video calls and gaming. And we're about 30 seconds out here from entry burn. As a reminder, Falcon 9 is equipped with 4 hypersonic grid fins positioned near the top of the first stage on stage 1, using nothing but, that guide it back during its re-entry to the ground.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there we go. We have entry burn start.
Stage 1, entry burn shutdown.
Beautiful, and entry burn cutoff. Stage 1 is going to continue its descent to our drone ship. Just read the instructions. As stage 1 continues to descend, it uses occasional bursts of nitrogen gas for attitude control, and sometimes you can see this, although in the darkness tonight we may not be able to. To land, the Falcon 9 first stage is also equipped with 4 landing legs made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber and aluminum honeycomb. These are placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket and deployed just prior to landing. After first stage landing, stage 2 has a coast phase, then a short burn, and then another coast phase before deploying the satellites. We are about 30 seconds out from landing burn.
Stage 1 landing burn.
10 seconds out. We may see a video cut out here.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
All right, and there you can see we've landed first stage on our drone ship. Just read the instructions. This marks our 76th recovery of an orbital class rocket and the 6th recovery for this particular booster.
Water and airspace and are green for launch today. Just waiting for that call out for second stage. Right on time. Stage 2 LOX load is now complete. And with the completion of LOX load, we will start to vent out the LOX line on the transporter erector, so you'll see a lot more of that white cloud that I mentioned earlier. There you can see it on your screen. Again, this is just the liquid oxygen venting out of the LOX line on that transporter erector. And just under 15 seconds or so, Falcon 9 will be in startup, and stage 1 and stage 2 will start to pressurize for launch. Again, the weather looks amazing over there. Some blue skies. Great weather for a launch.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
There's that call out that Falcon 9 is now in startup. Now we're just waiting on the final go for launch from the...
Stage 2, press for flight.
Waiting for the final go for launch from the launch director.
Falcon 9, Starlink LDs go for launch.
And there it is. All systems are go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Now let's listen into the terminal count and watch as Falcon 9 takes our stack of Starlink satellites into space.
Stage 1's startup pressures.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Falcon 9 is configured for flight.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition and liftoff.
Falcon is pitching downrange.
Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, carrying our stack of Starlink satellites to orbit.
Nominal power and telemetry.
Max Q is the next major event coming up here shortly, which will now be throttling down the engines, the M1D engines on that first stage for. Max Q is the maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle sees on ascent.
Vehicle is supersonic.
And the weather, again, is looking beautiful, clear skies with an amazing view of Falcon on ascent there.
Max Q.
There's that call out that we have passed through Max Q. So in about a minute, we'll have 3 events happening back to back. That'll be main engine cutoff, or MECO, followed by stage separation and SES1, or second engine start 1. Now, MECO is where we shut down all 9 of those M1D engines on the first stage that you see burning there on your screen. That's in preparation for the second event, which is stage separation.
MVAC is chilling in.
Just heard that call out that MVAC chillin' has begun. Now, stage separation is where the first stage separates from the second stage, and first stage will make its way back to Earth and attempt to land on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You, while stage 2 continues on its journey with the third event, second engine start 1. That's where we light up that MVAC engine, and it will propel the second stage along with the Starlink satellites to their targeted drop-off orbit. Just under 20 seconds or so away from those 3 events, that's MECO, stage separation, and SES1. You should be able to see MECO here in a few seconds with those 9 M1D engines shutting down here shortly.
And MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition and throttle up.
And there we've had main engine cutoff and stage separation. You can see that from the ground tracking view there. We did have a good call out of second engine start 1 on the second stage.
Fairing jettison confirmed.
And we heard the call out for fairing deploy. And it looks like we don't have those onboard camera views, but we can still see the first and second stage on your screen there. Now, as a reminder, we will be attempting to recover the fairing halves today with our contracted recovery vessel named Sheila Bordelon.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
And it does look like fairing separation was good. Now, as stage 2 takes our Starlink satellites to their targeted drop-off orbit, stage 1 will make its way back to Earth by executing 2 burns. The first is the entry burn. That's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite. This helps to slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper part of the Earth's atmosphere. Now, the second burn is the landing burn, and this is the single engine burn that brings the vehicle speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship, and that is that center E9 engine, which is just powerful enough to slow the vehicle down to touch down on that drone ship.
Second stage is following the nominal trajectory.
And we do hear that call out that second stage is looking nominal. Unfortunately, we do not currently have any onboard views of that second stage at the moment, but everything is still looking nominal so far.
If you're just joining us here, we did have a successful liftoff of our Stage 1 from Falcon 9 from
Stage 1 FTS is safe.
Cape Canaveral SLS-40, and we're currently Stage 2. We do not have the camera views right now, but we do have confirmation that it is still looking good. Again, our Stage 2 is delivering our Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit, and that's our stack of 60 Starlink
Stage 1
satellites.
entry burn shut down.
Second stage continues to follow the nominal trajectory.
We just heard that call out that Stage 1 entry burn was successful, and there you can see we do have our Stage 2 camera view finally back, and it is looking good there with that MVAC nozzle glowing. And there's our Stage 1 view back on our left as it continues to cruise down, getting ready for the start of its landing burn in about 30 seconds here. You can see those hypersonic grid fins of the first stage there on your left, and they control and help orient that first stage as it comes back down to
Stage
Earth.
1 transonic.
Again, Stage 1 will be targeting landing on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You. And right before landing, it will deploy 4 carbon fiber landing legs.
Start of terminal guidance.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Have the start of Stage 1 landing burn. This burn will last about 30 seconds. You can see it coming down towards the Atlantic Ocean there. What a beautiful view from that Stage 1 camera.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
What an amazing view.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
What an amazing view of that Stage 1 landing burn. We got our cameras back just in time for that. And this marks our 79th successful recovery of an orbital class rocket. And the 7th recovery of this particular booster.
Expected loss of signal, Kate.
We had an expected loss of signal there, but
Nominal orbital insertion.
we did have confirmation of second engine cutoff and a good orbit. And now Stage 2 is going to coast in this orbit for the next 35 minutes or so. And while that happens, take a look at this animation showcasing where we are in the coast phase, and we'll see you back here at T plus 45 minutes for a second stage relight.
Flight computers in startup.
All right, there we heard the call out that the flight computers are in startup. This means that the autonomous flight computer has taken over the launch countdown. And at this point, both first and second stage are beginning to pressurize for launch.
Falcon 9 Starlink LDs go for launch.
All right, there we heard our launch director give the final
30 seconds.
There we heard the launch director give our final go for launch. And at this point in time, all systems are go. Let's listen in to the terminal count and watch as Falcon 9 takes our stack of Starlink satellites and 2 ride shares into space.
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. And liftoff.
Falcon 9 is pitching downrange.
As you can see, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from the historic launch pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center,
telemetry.
carrying our stack of Starlink satellites and 2 ride shares into orbit. We throttle the engines down in preparation for max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure. This is the largest structural load that the vehicle sees during
Vehicle supersonic.
This is the largest structural load that the vehicle sees during ascent, so slowing the vehicle down helps during that short period.
Max Q.
All right, there we heard the call out that we reached max Q. In about a minute, we're going to have 3 events happening back to back. First will be main engine cutoff, or as you'll hear it called out, MECO. This is where all 9 M1D engines shut off and slow the vehicle down in preparation for the second event, stage separation. As the name suggests, this is where the first stage separates from the second stage, with stage 1 starting to make its way back to Earth for landing on our
Started.
while stage 2 continues its journey with the third event, SES1, or Second Engine Start 1. This is where MVAC will light up and begin to propel the second stage along with the Starlink and 2 rideshare satellites into orbit. So just a few seconds ago, we heard the call out that MVAC chill has begun. That's the same thing as what I described prior to liftoff for the M1D engines. We flow a little bit of that super chilled liquid oxygen into the turbo pump of the MVAC engine, helping to prepare the prop system for that super cold fluid to flow through. So there we can see that the engine.
Stage separation confirmed.
All right, so on the left-hand side of your screen, we got the first stage, and the second, on the right-hand side, the second stage, and there we heard call out MVAC ignition. We can see that nozzle begin to develop a lovely orange glow as Earth rotates in the background. And on the left-hand side, we got first stage deploying the grid fins in preparation for the drone ship landing. In just a few seconds, we're going to have fairing deploy. Love that view of MVAC. And there's our first view inside the payload fairing. There we have visual and call out there that fairing separation has occurred. As a reminder, we will be attempting to recover those fairing halves today with our recovery ship, Sheila Bordelon. And of course, we're going to be recovering the first stage with our drone ship, utilizing a view for today's recovery attempt.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. The first is the entry burn, where 3 of the Merlin 1D engines will reignite. This helps to slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper part of the Earth's atmosphere. The second burn is the landing burn, and this is a single engine burn that brings the vehicle speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship. We do this at the last minute to conserve as much fuel as possible. If you're just catching up with us, we had a successful launch of Falcon 9 from Kennedy Space Center's pad 39A. On the right side of your screen, you're looking at a live view of Falcon 9 Stage 2 as it delivers our Starlink and rideshare payloads to orbit. On the left, Stage 1 is cruising back to our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You, in the Atlantic Ocean. Our Starlink satellites are in LEO, or low Earth orbit, at around 550
Both
kilometers.
vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
Most satellites are around 36,000 kilometers in altitude at GEO or geostationary orbit. When the satellites are further from Earth, the round-trip data time between the user and the satellite, it's also known as latency, is much higher, resulting in poor performance for activities like video calls and online gaming. About a minute out from entry burn. On the left-hand see the first stage as it cruises in. Falcon 9 is equipped with 4 hypersonic grid fins positioned near the top of the first stage. The stage uses nothing but the grid fins for steering as it makes its return to Earth. They orient the rocket during reentry and guide the rocket during descent. Occasionally, you'll also see some white puffs. These are nitrogen gas bursts for attitude adjustment and control. Now we're about 20 seconds out from entry burn. As a reminder, this is a 3-engine burn that is meant to slow the first stage as it hits the thicker parts of the Earth's atmosphere.
Stage 1 FTS is saved.
Stage 1 entry burn has started. And stage 1 entry burn shut down.
And we just had a confirmation of stage 1 entry burn cutoff. Now we're about 60 seconds away from landing, and at this point, the vehicle is traveling around 900 miles per hour. This really puts the deceleration into perspective. In the span of less than a minute, we will have slowed from twice the speed of a jet all the way down to 0 as the rocket lands. There are a couple of events scheduled to happen in close proximity here. The stage 1 landing burn will begin and will finish its burn in about 25 seconds. And then stage two up in space will stop firing about 15 seconds later, at which point we'll enter the first coast period. So prepare for that in about 45 seconds.
Stage 1 is transonic.
Got a great view of both the first stage re-entering into the Atlantic and stage 2 as it continues on a nominal orbit.
Stage 1 landing burn has started.
Got a start of stage 1. As a reminder, we may lose coverage of the vehicle as it attempts to land on the drone ship.
Landing legs have deployed.
Landing leg deployed.
Stage 2 FTS is
on the left-hand side of the screen, got a beautiful view of a successful landing. This marks our 84th successful recovery of an orbital-class rocket and the 6th recovery of this particular booster.
SECO.
And there we had second engine cutoff 1, or SECO 1. Waiting for a confirmation of good orbit.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And there the team confirmed good orbit. Now, stage 2 is going to coast in this orbit for the next 45 minutes or so. While that happens, take a look at this animation showcasing where we are in the coast phase. We'll see you back here at T plus 54 minutes for a second stage relight and the deployment of our 2 ride shares on board today.
Stage 2 LOX load has closed out.
Stage 2 LOX loading is now complete. We are fully loaded with propellant on our Falcon 9 first and second stages. And you may have seen those little puffs of white clouds venting from our transporter erector LOX line. This is expected and normal. Again, at T-1 minute here, coming up in 30 seconds, Falcon 9 will be in startup. This means that Falcon 9's internal flight computers will take over the countdown and our first and second stages will begin pressurizing for launch.
Gas closeouts has started.
A few seconds after that, you will hear the launch director give our final go for launch, and then we'll be set for liftoff.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
Falcon 9 is in startup. Our first and second stages are pressurizing for launch.
Go for launch.
Our launch director has given that final go for launch. All systems are go. Let's listen into the terminal count and watch as Falcon 9 takes our 53 Starlink satellites into orbit.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
Vehicle is pushing downrange. Power range telemetry nominal.
What beautiful views from Falcon 9 first as it lifts off from Cape Canaveral Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space
Falcon is
Force
supersonic.
Station. We are carrying our 53 Starlink satellites to orbit. Moments ago, we throttled our engines down in preparation for max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure, which we should be passing through in just a few moments.
Max Q.
We did just pass through max Q, and we will have 3 events happening in quick succession in just a few minutes, which first we will have main engine cutoff, followed by stage separation, and second engine startup 1. So first main engine cutoff, or MECO, is where all 9 of the Merlin 1D engines that you can currently see firing will shut off to slow the vehicle down in preparation for stage separation. And this is where the first and second stages will separate, with the first stage starting to make its way back down to Earth for landing, while second stage continues on its journey to this third event, which is second engine startup 1. And this is where the single MVAC engine on the second stage will light up, and this propels the MVAC, propels the second stage along with our Starlink satellites to their targeted orbit. We're about 30 seconds from main engine cutoff here. You'll want to watch for main engine cutoff, stage separation, and SES1. They'll happen just a few seconds apart from one another. We will also have our fairing deployment from our second stage very shortly after those 3 events, and we should hopefully get some cool live views from our second stage. You can see the Falcon 9 first stage going through the mist there.
Stage separation confirmed.
We did have main engine cutoff and stage separation. You can see second engine startup. We did have MVAC ignition, that is second engine startup. On those live views from the second stage on your right, you can see the first stages for...
Fairing separation confirmed.
Fairing has also separated on our second stage. You can see our 53 Starlink satellites there. And there on your left, the first stages, 4 hypersonic grid fins have deployed. And again, we did have that successful fairing separation, and fairing, SpaceX has now reflown Falcon fairing halves since November of 2019. And again, this was our 3rd flight for one of those fairing halves and 2nd flight for the other half. We'll be attempting to recover those fairing halves again today using our recovery vessel Finn. The stage 2 is heading towards its targeted drop-off orbit for our Starlink satellites, and stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back down to Earth. The first is the entry burn, where 3 of the M1D engines
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
reignite, and this helps slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper part of the Earth's atmosphere. The second burn is the landing burn, and this is a single engine burn that brings the vehicle speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship. You can see those beautiful views from the first and second stages. Those little puffs of white gas you see on the first stage are nitrogen gas from our attitude control system. And the second stage MVAC engine is continuing its burn, carrying our 53 Starlink satellites. If you're just catching up with us, we had a successful launch of Falcon 9 from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Slick 40, and you're looking at live views of Falcon 9's first and second stages, as second stage is on its way to deliver our Starlink payload to orbit, and stage 1 is making its way back to our drone ship. Just read the instructions in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, the Merlins on the first stage.
Both vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
Both vehicles are on nominal trajectories, as you just heard. And again, the 9 Merlins on the first stage are optimized for sea level. So this means they achieve 190,000 pounds of thrust during ascent and descent. And the MVAC engine on the second stage, by contrast, is optimized for vacuum, and it produces 220,500 pounds of thrust in vacuum. You can see the first stage live views of the hypersonic grid fins, and they are positioned near the top of the first stage. And they're used for steering as the first stage makes its way back down to Earth. And again, these grid fins, you can see them moving around. They do help to orient the rocket during re-entry and guide the rocket during descent. Falcon 9 first stage is also equipped with 4 landing legs made of state-of-the-art carbon fiber with aluminum honeycomb, and they are placed symmetrically around the base of the rocket, and they'll deploy just prior to landing. In just about 20 seconds here, we'll be coming up on our stage 1 entry burn. And this is a 3-engine burn meant to slow the first stage down as it hits the thicker parts of the Earth's atmosphere. It'll be about a 20-second burn.
Stage 1 FTS is safe.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
We did have the start of our stage 1 entry burn. You can see on those live views, that's a 3-engine burn of the Falcon 9 first stage.
Both vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
We did have a successful stage 1 entry burn. And stage 2 is continuing to look good with our Starlink payload. For those of you who follow along, you'll know about the soot on the rocket indicates that it's been flown before. And here's a quick explanation of how that soot forms. So the rocket-grade kerosene, or RP1, used to fuel a Falcon 9 is carbon-based. So when this fuel burns, it generates soot. Now, as the booster approaches the landing site during descent and does its long re-entry burn, which it just did, to slow down prior to re-entering the atmosphere, the rocket will actually fly through its own plume, which deposits the soot onto the rocket. And if you watch the feed from the onboard cameras during landing, you can see that soot sticking on the lens. So we will have 3 events coming up here in quick succession. The stage 1 landing burn, which will be starting here shortly and last about 20 seconds.
Vehicle is in terminal guidance.
Stage 1 landing burn startup.
Here's the stage 1 landing burn. Can maybe just make out that drone ship in the Atlantic Ocean there. What a cool view.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Stage 2 FTS is safe.
We did get confirmation that stage 2 flight termination system has saved, and we should have second engine cutoff here very shortly.
Tico 1.
We did have second engine cutoff here, and we are waiting on confirmation of a good orbit from our second stage. We did have a good burn and a good orbit. We are still waiting for confirmation of our first stage landing, but we will see if we can't get some information on that. But we do have a successful orbit and second engine cutoff for our second stage. And we did just get confirmation of our stage 1 landing.
Acquisition of signal, Newfoundland.
This is the 87th overall successful recovery of our Falcon 9 first stage. And next up will be payload deployment at about T plus 15 minutes and a half, 15 and a half minutes. So while we coast for the next 6 minutes or so, sit back and enjoy the tunes, and we'll see you soon.
Expected loss of signal, Bermuda.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, a quick recap of today's mission. We had a successful liftoff from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station at 7:19 a.m. Eastern Time. We then had successful stage separation, recovered our first stage after its 9th flight on our drone ship, Just Read the Instructions, and had a successful second stage MVAC engine burn. We are now waiting on the deployment of our Starlink satellites. That should be happening in just about 30 seconds here. Hopefully we continue to get good ground station coverage and get signals from our payload and can continue to see these great live views of that payload there. And we have 53 Starlink satellites on today's mission. What a beautiful view from our second stage. Again, Starlink is a satellite internet constellation designed and
Starlink deploy confirmed.
You can see we did have successful deployment of our Starlink satellites here. And again, Starlink is a satellite internet constellation designed and manufactured by SpaceX that can provide high-speed, low-latency internet to people living in remote and rural locations all around the globe. You can see our 53 Starlink satellites floating away from the second stage there with the beautiful backdrop of the Earth in the background. And with that, the addition of these satellites, we've launched nearly 2,000 Starlinks to orbit to date. And with that, that brings today's webcast to a close. Thank you to the Range and Federal Aviation Administration for supporting today's mission. And of course, thank you to all of our viewers and all of our Starlink customers who are using our service at this time. If you're interested in signing up for Starlink service, head over to starlink.com. As always, thanks for watching and see you next time.
Go before launch. At this point in time, LOX load on the second stage has just completed. And we can see the white gaseous clouds around the vehicle as, like I said, LOX load is complete on second stage as well as first stage. So those lines will be venting from the TE.
Ground gas closeouts.
The next milestone we're coming up to is startup. You'll hear the call out for that at T-1 minute. And that's the indication that the flight computer has taken over.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
All right, there's that call out. Falcon 9 is in startup. At this point in time, stage 1 and stage 2 are beginning to pressurize for launch.
LD, go for launch.
And there was our final go for launch today from our launch director. At this point in time, as we approach T-minus 30 seconds, all systems are go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds.
Let's listen in to the final countdown.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition and liftoff.
Vehicle's pitching downrange.
1 chamber pressures are nominal.
Power and telemetry nominal.
All right, as you can see, Falcon 9 has cleared the tower, lifted off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. We just heard the call out that the vehicle is supersonic. We're currently going to throttle down the engines in preparation for max Q coming
Max
up.
Q.
Oh, there we heard it. So that was the moment of greatest aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle will experience in flight today. Everything looking nominal with stage 1 trajectory. Now we have 5 events coming up in quick succession. MECO, or main engine cutoff, stage separation, stage 1 flip, second engine start 1, and the boost back burn. And you can follow along with those events there on the timeline at the bottom of your screen. Beautiful view of the Florida coastline. Main engine cutoff coming up in just under 30 seconds. As I mentioned before, we will be attempting to land the booster back on land at landing zone 1. This is known as return to launch site, as opposed to a drone ship landing.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
Back startup.
Stage 1, boost back startup.
So you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, second stage MVAC engine has ignited. The first stage on the left-hand side is performing the boost back, which, as you saw just moments ago, the first stage flipped itself over and is now making its way back to the coast of Florida. Everything looking nominal with second stage trajectory there on the right-hand side of your screen.
Stage 1, boost back shutdown.
All right, so there we heard the call out that the boost back burn has concluded. That was the first of 3 burns that the first stage will perform today. And we can see the grid fins beginning to deploy there on the left-hand side of your screen. The next event we have coming up is fairing deployment. All right, there you can see the 2 fairing halves have separated, fallen away from the vehicle, exposing the 105 spacecraft to the vacuum of space. As a reminder, we will be attempting to recover these brand new fairing halves once they make their way back to Earth. We're currently in the first of 2 MVAC burns. This first one will last until T plus 8 minutes and 26 seconds, about another 4 minutes from now. Beautiful views from the first stage there on the left-hand side of your screen and the second stage on the right. The next milestone will be the first stage booster re-entry burn. Falcon 9 executes an entry burn to slow itself down before hitting the dense part of the atmosphere. Without this burn, relying on the atmosphere alone to slow down the Falcon 9 would put unnecessary strain on the rocket. And there we can see the east coast of Florida.
Stage 2 on a nominal trajectory.
Space Coast there in the background of on the left-hand side. Once again, we are launching the Transporter 3 mission today. This is SpaceX's 3rd dedicated smallsat rideshare program mission, and it's our 2nd mission of 2022. SpaceX is targeting at least 3 dedicated rideshare flights to sun-synchronous orbit per year, and we also offer opportunities for a ride to orbit on our Starlink missions, which launch every couple of weeks. Smallsats can ride to space on SpaceX's Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, as well as Starship in the not-too-distant future. On the left-hand side of your screen, we can see those grid fins have deployed. Falcon 9 has 4 hypersonic grid fins positioned at the base of the inner stage, and they orient the rocket during reentry by moving the center of pressure. We can also see some white puffs of gas coming off from Falcon 9. Those are cold nitrogen gas, which help with attitude control. After first stage landing, the second stage will cut off its MVAC engine and relight it approximately 45 minutes later for deployment of all 105 spacecraft. As for first stage, its next event is the entry burn.
Stage 2 FTS has safed.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there on your screen, we can see that that entry burn has begun. Once again, this burn is designed to slow the booster down as it returns through the dense part of the atmosphere.
Stage 2 on nominal trajectory.
As we just heard there,
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
Everything continuing to look good with second stage. As I mentioned earlier, we'll be attempting to recover this booster for the 10th time today, and we're targeting a land landing at landing zone 1. The first stage has just one more burn left, the landing burn.
FTS is safe.
It begins just before touchdown and provides the booster a soft descent before landing. About the same time that Falcon lands, we are expecting SECO, or second engine cutoff, 1 of our second stage. Just a few seconds away from landing.
Stage 1 is transonic.
Vehicles traveling around 900 miles per hour. Really puts the deceleration into perspective. In the span of less than a minute, we'll have reduced from twice the speed of a jet
Stage 1 landing burn.
all the way down to 0 as the rocket lands. There's a view on the right-hand side.
Stage 2 in terminal guidance.
Of the landing, back at landing zone 1.
Stage 1 landing leg deployed. Stage 1 landing is confirmed.
As you heard from the call out there and from the cheers behind me, we have successfully landed this Falcon 9 for the 10th time. It's also the 102nd recovery of an orbital class rocket.
Nominal parking orbit.
All right, so we just heard there, second stage had a good orbit. So we cut off or shut down the MVAC engine on the second stage. And as we just heard, we had good orbit. So we're now going to coast for the next 45 minutes or so while we wait for second engine start 2, or SES 2. We'll see you back here at around T plus 55 minutes.
LOS keep.
Just waiting for that call out for LOX load on second stage.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
There it is. Now both first and second stage are fully loaded with propellant. The Starlink payload continues to be healthy, and the Falcon 9 team is tracking no issues on the vehicle. Weather is still looking amazing, and you can see the blue skies there on your screen. And the range is green for launch. Now, as I mentioned, you can see the white clouds coming from the transporter erector. Again, that is the liquid oxygen that we are venting out, clearing those lines on the transporter erector.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
And there's that call out that the Falcon 9's computers have taken over the launch countdown, just waiting for the final go from the launch director.
LD, go for launch.
And all systems are now go for launch. So let's listen into the terminal count and watch as Falcon 9 takes our 46 Starlink satellites to space.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power. Lift off. Starlink 4-8.
Vehicle switching downrange.
M1D chamber pressure is nominal.
Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station,
Power and telemetry nominal.
carrying our stack of 46 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit. Now, moments ago, we throttled down the engines, reducing the speed by decreasing the flow of fuel to the engine. That's in preparation for max Q, or maximum aerodynamic
Vehicle
pressure.
supersonic.
And we are coming up on max Q in a few seconds here.
Max Q.
And there's that call out that we've passed through max Q. Now we do have 4 events coming up in quick succession. The first will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, stage separation, second engine start 1, or SES 1, and then fairing deploy. So main engine cutoff is where all 9 of the M1D engines shut down to slow the vehicle down in preparation for the next event, which is stage separation. And that is where the first stage separates from the second stage. Right after stage separation, the first stage will start making its way back to Earth for landing. And while we are able to land the first stage, while we are able to land the first stage both on land and at sea on our drone ship, today we will attempt to recover the first stage on today's mission on our drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas. Now, while this is happening, stage 2 will continue on its journey with the third event, which is SES 1, or second stage engine start 1. That's where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage along with the Starlink satellites to orbit. And just a few seconds after that, we'll have fairing deploy.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And great views on your screen. We just saw MECO, stage separation, SES-1, and fairing deploy. On your left-hand screen is the first stage, right-hand screen is a view of the NVAC engine. And those visual confirmations mean that we have successfully deployed our fairing halves. SpaceX has reflown Falcon fairing halves since 2019, and the fairing halves flying on today's mission are flying for the third time. Improvements on the fairing and our overall refurbishment process has decreased the impact of water landings and led to an overall fairing recovery rate of 93% over the last 14 missions. Of 109 fairing missions, 73 have been recovered and 32 missions have flown recovered fairing halves. And again, we will be attempting to recover the halves again today using our recovery vessel, Doug. And some great views here as stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit. Stage 1 will complete 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. The first is the entry burn, where 3 of those 9 M1D engines will reignite. That helps to slow the stage down as it re-enters back into the upper parts of the Earth's atmosphere.
Acquisition signal, Bermuda.
Then the second burn for the first stage is the landing burn. This is a single engine burn, the center E9 engine, and that brings the vehicle speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship. Stage 2 is still looking good on a nominal trajectory. On your left-hand screen, you can see those grid fins on the first stage, helping to guide the vehicle back to its landing zone. Now, if you're just now joining us, we've had a successful liftoff of Falcon 9 from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, Slick 40 today. Right now, you're looking at a live view of Falcon 9's second stage on the right-hand screen. And that was just a call out for a nominal trajectory on second stage. Stage 1 is currently making its way back to our drone ship, a short fall of gravitas. And today is the 38th launch of Starlink satellites overall, the 7th mission of 2022, 4th Starlink mission of 2022, and the 145th total overall SpaceX launch. We're just about a minute away from the entry burn start on the first stage. The Merlin engines on the first stage are optimized for sea level. These achieve 190,000 pounds of thrust during ascent. That's when we lift off or fly towards space, and descent, and that's when we come back down to Earth. Now, the MVAC engine is optimized for 220,500 pounds of thrust in vacuum, and that's what you're seeing on your right-hand screen. You can see those grid fins on your left-hand screen on the first stage. Falcon 9 is equipped with 4 hypersonic grid fins positioned near the top of the first stage. Stage 1 is using nothing but the grid fins for steering as it makes its way, as it makes its return back to Earth. That is until we light the center E9 engine. Then we can gimbal the engine to help guide the stage as it lands. Again, we're coming up on that entry burn here in a few seconds.
Stage 1 FTS has saved.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
We heard the call out, and you can visually see that
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
You can visually see that the entry burn has begun on the first stage.
Stage 2 continues to follow nominal trajectory.
Great call outs on stage 2. Entry burn.
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
There it is. It's just a 20-second burn, and as you can see and heard, the entry burn has concluded. Next up will be the landing burn, and that'll be the final burn for the first stage as it returns back to Earth. Now, for those of you who follow along, you'll know that the soot on the rocket indicates it's been flown before. The rocket-grade kerosene, RP1, used to fuel a Falcon 9 is carbon-based, so when it burns, it generates that soot. And as you just saw with the entry burn, the Falcon 9 vehicle flies through its plume, and that's how it generates the soot onto the vehicle. We are just about 20 seconds or so away from that landing burn beginning on the first stage. And as we touch down, we will also have SECO 1, or second stage engine cutoff 1, on second stage. So we should hear some callouts for that as we are landing on a shortfall of gravitas today.
Stage 1 landing burn. Stage 1 leg deploy. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
SECO 1.
And great news, we heard that Falcon 9 has landed, touchdown on a shortfall of gravitas. We also heard, there it is on your screen, incredible view of the vehicle standing tall.
Orbit insertion.
And we also had SECO 1 as well as that call out right there. Let us know that we had a good orbit. Great news overall. We are now awaiting the deployment of our 46 Starlink satellites, which is scheduled to occur about an hour from now. Now, as I mentioned before, we won't have live audio or visual confirmation of payload deployment due to lack of ground station coverage. We will regain signal with our ground station at T plus 1 hour and 19 minutes. So for those of you who are interested, we will keep the audio-only countdown nets up on our YouTube channel, and we'll confirm successful payload deployment on our social channels. So that will bring our webcast to a close today.
Also signal Cape and Bermuda.
Our team at SpaceX would like to send a big thank you to the Range and Federal Aviation Administration for supporting our mission. Of course, thank you to all of you, our viewers, and all of our Starlink customers using our service at this time. And if you're interested in signing up for Starlink service, head over to starlink.com. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you again soon.
Out any transporter or Starlink launches, so be sure to keep an eye out on our social channels for the latest SpaceX news.
Stage 2 lock flow complete.
With just 2 minutes left to go, Falcon 9 is moving on to the final stages of countdown. We just heard that second stage LOX loading is complete, and we're about a minute out from the first stage taking over the launch countdown and going into an automated sequence. You can see those white clouds hanging out around the vehicle. It's chilled gas above the LOX tank, a liquid surface as we vent overboard to maintain pressure in the tank as needed. When the gas comes into contact with the warm Florida air, the humid, moist air condenses into clouds of water. About 5 seconds, we'll head up into startup.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
We heard the call out for startup. Let's listen in for the launch director to give go, or final go for launch.
Falcon 9, Starlink LD is go for launch.
Never heard the call out. All systems are go for launch. Let's launch as this
seconds.
Falcon 9 takes our 53 Starlink satellites into orbit.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition and liftoff.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
M1D chamber pressure is nominal.
And Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Launch Complex 39A, carrying our 53 Starlink satellites. Although at liftoff, gravity is pulling straight down on the rocket. As we ascend, we'll tilt the engines, technical term is gimbling, and that turns the rocket horizontally. We're still going up, but now we're also heading horizontally away from the launch pad. It's what we call a gravity turn. Moments ago, we throttled the engines down in preparation for max Q. We're in the throttle bucket.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Max Q is the point during which the vehicle is under maximum dynamic pressure.
Max Q.
There we've passed through max Q. Coming up are a quick series of events happening in quick succession. First, MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where the 9 Merlin engines on the first stage shut off to slow the vehicle down in preparation for the next milestone, stage separation. This is where the first stage separates from the second stage.
Start event back chill.
As the first stage starts to make its way back to Earth for landing, second stage continues its journey with SES-1, or second engine start 1. This is where the single Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage lights up and propels the second stage along with the Starlink satellites into orbit. About 30 seconds out from that MECO. As the rocket heads up into space, you'll start to see the plume at the aft end of the rocket begin to spread out. That's as the pressure alleviates from the bottom of the vehicle. You can there isn't as much pressure holding in that plume. There we saw main engine cut off. Call out for MECO.
Stage separation confirmed. And back ignition. Bearing separation confirmed.
And we just saw main engine cutoff, stage separation, second engine startup, and fairing deploy. With the fairing halves separated, the satellites are now exposed to the vacuum of space above the second stage of the rocket on the right-hand side of your screen there. While the second stage is doing its job, the first stage is coming back home to Earth and will execute 2 burns. The first is the entry burn. It's a 3-engine burn that helps to slow the stage down. The second burn is the landing burn. It's a single-engine burn that helps bring the vehicle speed down rapidly in order to land on our drone ship a short fall of gravitas, which is the equivalent to a size of a football field. If you're just joining us, we had a successful liftoff.
Vehicles are on nominal trajectories.
We had a successful liftoff from Launch Complex 39A, completed a main engine cutoff, stage separation, second engine start 1, and fairing deploy. And now the second stage is taking our 53 Starlink satellites to their targeted drop-off orbit in low Earth orbit, while the first stage is making its way back home for the 12th time. On the left side of your screen there, the first stage is descending.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
The Falcon 9 first stage is equipped with 4 landing legs made of carbon fiber with aluminum honeycomb. These are placed symmetrically and stowed at the base of the vehicle and deployed just prior to landing. Also on the left-hand side here, you'll see the Falcon 9 is also equipped with 4 hypersonic grid fins, 2 of which are in view. These are positioned near the top of the first stage and the base of the interstage. Stage 1 is using nothing but the grid fins for steering as it makes its return to Earth until we light the center engine for landing. Then we can gimbal the engine and guide the stage. The grid fins orient the rocket during re-entry and then guide the rocket during descent. Also look out, you may see some puffs, some white puffs on the left side of the screen. Those are nitrogen gas bursts for attitude control. Really cool view of the first stage on the left-hand side there. Some small debris in the atmosphere.
Both stages continue to follow nominal trajectories.
I heard a call out for both stages are on nominal trajectories. As we come up on the start of entry burn in about 40 seconds here, just a reminder that that's a 3-second burn meant to slow the first stage down as it hits the thicker parts of the Earth's atmosphere. The right-hand side of the screen got a great view of stage 2 heading out into Leo. Is that sunrise on the left-hand side of the screen there? Coming up on entry burn.
Stage 1, FTS has
Stage 1, entry burn, startup.
Stage 1 has lit its engines to slow down for entry into the Earth's atmosphere. This burn will last about 20 seconds.
Stage 1, entry burns, shut down.
As we previously mentioned, you were able to see some soot markings on this booster left over from previous flights. Here's a quick explanation of how that soot forms. The rocket-grade kerosene RP1 is used to fuel Falcon 9 as a carbon-based fuel. When the fuel burns, it generates soot. And because re-entry occurs engines first, the booster flies through its own plume, which then deposits the soot on the outside of the rocket.
Both vehicles are on nominal trajectories.
You continue to hear we're on nominal trajectories. That's a good sign right here. As we come up on landing, you'll be able to look potentially and see some of that soot sticking to the cameras. As I mentioned before, reusability is one of our top priorities because as it's key to reducing the cost of space access for all of us. By reusing the high-cost components of the rocket,
Stage 1, transonic.
including the first stage and the fairings, we lower the overall launch cost to just the new components and the fuel and oxidizer. As a reminder, this is the 12th launch of this booster, having previously flown missions Crew Demo 2, Anasis 2, CRS 21, Transporter 1, and 3, and 6 previous Starlink missions. Just a moment here, we'll be coming up on landing burn.
Stage 1, landing burn.
So stage 1 has begun its landing burn. This is its final burn before touchdown to land on the drone ship. This burn lasts about 20 seconds as well. I'll look at that, a clear view.
Landing leg deploy.
Beautiful.
Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And stage 1 has successfully landed on our drone ship, a short fall of gravitas. This is the 111th recovery of a Falcon 9 first stage booster. That's listening for SECO 1, or second engine cutoff 1.
SECO. Expected loss of signal, Cape. Nominal parking orbit insertion.
And we heard nominal parking orbit insertion, that's good orbit. With confirmation of a successful second engine cutoff and good orbit, we'll be ending our webcast for today's launch. For those of you who want to keep following this mission, we will be confirming payload deploy via our social channels. Thank you to the Federal Aviation Administration for supporting today's mission. Of course, thank you to our viewers for turning in bright and early, and big thank you to our Starlink customers for using our service at this time. I hope you all have a good weekend, and we'll see you soon.
The booster, or first stage of the rocket that you see on your screen, is flying for its 12th time today. After liftoff and stage separation, this booster is scheduled to land on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You, which is currently stationed in the Pacific Ocean. As many of you may...
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
And there's that call out that Stage 2 LOX loading is complete. Falcon 9 is now fully loaded with 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. Now, as many of you may already know, successfully recovering parts of our rockets allows SpaceX to refly the most expensive pieces, which in turn drives down the cost of space access. Coming up in about 10 seconds from now, we should hear a call out that Falcon 9 is in startup, which means the flight computers have taken over the launch countdown.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
And there's that call out that Falcon 9 is in startup. In a few seconds, we should hear our launch director, or LD, give the final go for launch.
LD is go for launch.
And there's that go from the launch director to proceed with today's mission. So let's sit back and watch as Falcon 9 takes our 48 Starlink satellites into space.
T-minus 30 seconds. 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power. And liftoff of Starlink 513. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
M1D chamber pressures are nominal.
That's the fuel tank.
At T plus 30 seconds, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Slick 4 East from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California at 12:29 p.m. Pacific Time. Now, the next major milestone coming up is Max Q, which is when the vehicle experiences
Power and telemetry nominal.
Which is when the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of external stresses as it ascends through the Earth's atmosphere.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
And there's that call out that Falcon 9 is supersonic, which means that the rocket is traveling faster than the speed of sound. We should hear that call out for Max Q shortly.
Max Q.
And there's that call out for Max Q, which again is when the rocket experiences the largest amount of external stresses. Now we are just about 1 minute away from a series of events: main engine cutoff, stage separation, second engine start 1, and then lastly fairing separation. MECO, or main engine cutoff, is where all 9 of the Merlin 1D engines on the first stage shut down. That's followed by stage separation when the first and second stages separate. SES-1, or second engine start 1, is where we light the Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage. And lastly, fairing separation is when the 2 fairing halves separate and fall away from the second stage. So let's keep an eye out for those events, which will happen in quick succession.
MECO.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition.
And as you just saw and heard over the nets, we had successful MECO, stage sep, and SES-1.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And there's that confirmation of fairing separation from the second stage. We will be attempting to recover both fairing halves using our recovery vessel, Go Beyond. Both of the fairing halves that supported today's mission are flight proven, with one half flying for its 4th time and the other half flying for its 7th time. On the left side of your screen right now is our Falcon 9 first stage, and on the right side is the MVAC engine on our second stage, currently carrying the Starlink satellites to orbit. Currently, the first stage is on its way back to Earth towards our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You, which is located in the Pacific Ocean. The MVAC engine attached to the second stage is continuing its burn, which will last about another 4.5 minutes. As a reminder, Starlink is a satellite internet constellation designed and manufactured by SpaceX to provide high-speed, low-latency internet to people living in remote and rural locations around the globe.
Vehicles on a nominal trajectory.
And as I mentioned earlier, today's Starlink mission marks SpaceX's 244th mission overall and the 45th mission just this year. Coming up next in the mission is the entry burn on the first stage, which is the first of 2 burns it will go through in preparation for landing. We should see that stage 1 entry burn start in just under a minute from now.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there's that call out for the stage 1 entry burn, which you can see on the left side of your screen there.
Vehicles on a nominal trajectory.
Stage 1, which we also call the booster, has ignited 3 engines to slow it down for atmospheric re-entry.
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
And there's that call out that the entry burn on the first stage has completed. Coming up next is the landing burn on the first stage, which is the second and final burn in preparation for landing.
Stage 1, FTS has saved.
Stage 1 transonic.
And there's that call out that the first stage is transonic, which means it is traveling near the speed of sound. Coming up in about 20 seconds from now, we should see the stage 1 landing burn start on the left side of your screen.
Stage 2 in terminal guidance.
Stage 1 landing burn.
And there's confirmation that the Stage 1 landing burn has started in preparation for touchdown on our drone ship, Of Course I Still Love You, in the Pacific Ocean. We should also hear that call out for SECO, or second engine cutoff, in a few moments.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And if you can hear that cheering, everyone here at Hawthorne is very excited. This Falcon 9 first stage has now successfully launched and landed for its 12th time. We also heard that call out for SECO 1.
Nominal orbit insertion.
And there's confirmation of good orbit. Today's landing marks our 205th overall landing of an orbital class rocket, including Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy missions. And with confirmation of successful first stage landing and second engine cutoff and orbital insertion, that wraps up our coverage for now. So be sure to check our social media for confirmation of Starlink satellite deployment. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again soon.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
With LOX load complete on second stage, Falcon 9 is now fully loaded with 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. While a typical Starlink mission will require 2 to 3 second stage engine burns, we will be performing a record number of 5 burns during this mission to support our rideshare payload. The first 2 burns will put the Blue Walker 3 payload into an orbit above the space station.
Close out.
The second 2 burns will bring us down to an orbit below the space station to deploy the Starlink satellites. And the final burn will be to deorbit the Falcon 9 second stage. Next milestone will be Falcon 9 in startup here in a few seconds.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
And with that, the flight computers have now taken over the launch countdown.
SpaceX launch director, go for launch.
Awesome news, we are go for launch, so let's watch as Falcon 9 lifts off.
T-minus 30 seconds. Seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, and lift off of Falcon 9. Go Blue Walker 3, go Starlink.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
What you are seeing on your screen is Falcon 9 accelerating AST Space Mobile's Blue Walker 3 and our Starlink satellites into space. This is a record 14th flight for this first stage booster. And we are coming up on
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
We're coming up on max Q. Now we are just about a minute.
Engine chill has started.
We're just about a minute away from a few events happening rapidly, back to back. That will be MECO, or main engine cutoff, followed by stage separation, SES-1, and fairing deploy. And you're seeing a cool view from the first stage, looking aft to the M1D engines on the vehicle. And MECO will be where all 9 of those M1D engines shut down. That helps slow the vehicle down as it separates from the second stage. And then SES-1 is second stage engine start 1, and that's where the MVAC engine will ignite, and then shortly followed by the fairing deploy.
Main engine cutoff. MVAC ignition.
There we had MECO stage separation. On your right-hand screen, you could see the MVAC engine igniting.
Fairing separation confirmed.
And we
Both
heard
vehicles are on nominal trajectories.
We heard a confirmation of fairing deploy. That marks the 5th flight for one of the fairing halves and the 4th flight for the other fairing half, and we will attempt to recover both fairing halves again to use on a future launch. And there you could see on your right-hand screen the fairing halves deploying. What you're seeing on your screen is a view from the second stage looking at our MVAC engine. Stage 1 is making its
acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
Stage 1 is making its way back down to Earth, and today's mission marks SpaceX's 179th overall launch. The first stage booster supporting this mission previously launched Crew Demo 2, Anasis 2, CRS-21, Transporter 1, Transporter 3, and 8 Starlink missions. While stage 1 is making its way back down to Earth, in just under a minute from now will be the next burn for the vehicle. That is the entry burn, and that's where 3 of the 9 M1D engines will reignite. That helps slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. And just about a minute and a half after the entry burn will be the landing burn for the first stage. The landing burn only needs a single engine to help slow the vehicle down as it attempts to touch down. Today will be on our drone ship a shortfall of gravitas.
Stage 1, entry burn startup.
And there you heard that call out, but you can see on your left-hand screen a view from the first stage with those 3 engines reigniting and lighting up that screen.
Stage 1, entry burn shut down.
Stage 1 FTS saved.
And that concludes the entry burn for the first stage.
Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
And good call-outs there. Both first stage 1 and stage 2 are on nominal trajectories. Again, we are on just about a minute away from the landing burn beginning on the first stage. And while the first stage booster is attempting to land, we will also have SECO, or second stage engine cutoff 1, around the same time. So listen in for those callouts.
Stage 1 transonic.
Expected loss of signal, Cape. Stage 2, terminal guidance.
Good callouts. We should be having the landing burn beginning on stage 1 here in just a few seconds.
Stage 1 landing burn.
And there you can see that single engine lighting up your left-hand screen as Falcon 9 attempts to land on our drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas.
Landing leg deploy. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And great news, Falcon 9 has landed. This is a record-breaking 14th landing for this booster. An awesome view there on your screen. This is the 141st landing of an orbital class rocket, including
Nominal
Falcon 9.
orbit insertion.
That includes Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy missions. And we just heard confirmation of good orbit as well on the second stage. Now stage 2 is carrying Blue Walker 3 as well as 34 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. With confirmation of first stage landing and successful SECO 1, we'll wrap up today's launch coverage. If you're interested in following along, we have our nets live on YouTube, and be sure to check out SpaceX. Be sure to check out SpaceX social media for confirmation of Blue Walker 3 and Starlink deploy. Have a good night, and we'll see you again soon.
Stage 2 lock load complete.
And there's that call out just to confirm that the second stage liquid oxygen loading is now complete. Falcon 9 is now fully loaded with 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen.
Gas launch closeouts.
Now the booster that you see on your screen is flying for a record-breaking 15th time today. It previously supported Crew Demo 2, Anasis 2, CRS 21, Transporter 1 and 3, and 9 previous Starlink missions. Reusability allows SpaceX to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket, which in turn drives down the cost of space access.
Falcon 9, startup.
And Falcon 9 is now in startup. The vehicle will be scheduled to land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions today, and there you can see that on your screen. And we are now just waiting for the final go from the launch director.
Go for launch.
And there it is, with all systems ready to go. Falcon 9 is ready to lift off with our Starlink payload.
T-minus 30 seconds. Seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power and liftoff of Starlink 437. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Falcon is pitching downrange.
With the incredible views that we've been seeing, you can see that Falcon 9 has lifted off from pad 39A, carrying our Starlink payload into space. And we are throttling down the engines in preparation for Max Q. Max Q is the
supersonic.
Max Q is the largest structural load that the vehicle will see on ascent.
Max Q.
There's that call out that we have passed through Max Q. Now next up, we do have 4 events happening. That will be MECO, stage separation, SES-1, and then fairing deployment. MECO is main engine cutoff, and that's where all 9 of those engines that you see right now lit up on the first stage, those will shut down and help slow the stage down in preparation for stage separation. That will be when the first stage separates from the second stage. First stage will make its way back down to Earth and land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions today. And the second stage will continue with SES-1, or second stage engine start 1. And that's where we light up that MVAC engine on the second stage. And then shortly after, we will deploy the fairing halves.
Falcon trajectory nominal.
So far, trajectory is looking nominal, and we are coming up on those few events, just a few seconds.
Go.
Stage separation confirmed.
Back startup.
Fairing separation confirmed.
As you may have just seen, we had MECO, stage separation, SES-1, that MVAC engine on your right-hand screen lit up, and we had fairing deployment. The fairing halves will be making their way back down to Earth, and we will be attempting to recover them with our recovery vessel, Doug, today. On your left-hand screen, you can see the first stage. You can see that the grid fins on the first stage have deployed.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
Both vehicles continue on nominal trajectories.
And great call outs there. Both vehicles are looking nominal. Again, first stage is making its way back down to Earth, while the second stage still has the Starlink payload attached to it, carrying it to its targeted drop-off orbit. Now coming up next for the first stage is the entry burn. That entry burn will be where 3 of 9 M1D engines reignite on the vehicle. This helps slow the stage down as it re-enters into the Earth's atmosphere. After the entry burn will be a final burn that will be the landing burn on the first stage. It's just a single engine burn, the center E9 engine, that helps slow the stage down as just before it touches down for landing. Each one of our M1D engines have about 190,000 pounds of thrust at sea level, and this is just enough thrust to help slow the stage down just in time for landing. Now that entry burn that I mentioned is just under 2 minutes away on the first stage. But if you look at your right-hand screen, we do have some awesome views there. Incredible view with the Earth in the background and the sun in the background there. On your left-hand screen is a view of the first stage. Again, the grid fins are deployed. This helps to steer the vehicle as it makes its way back to its landing zone. There are 4 hypersonic grid fins just between the inner stage and the top of the first stage vehicle. Again, these help guide the vehicle to landing zone. You also may see some bursts of nitrogen gas there that helps with attitude control on the first stage. And we are just about 30 seconds away from the entry burn on the first stage.
Stage 1 FTS has saved.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
As you can see, the engines have reignited on the first stage.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
And with that, the engine's shutting down. That concludes
Stage
the
1
entry
trajectory
burn.
nominal.
That concludes the entry burn on the first stage. Now today's mission marks SpaceX's 197th overall launch.
Stage 2 FTS has saved.
And as mentioned previously, it's the 15th flight for this first stage booster, having previously launched 14 missions and breaking a new record flight for flight-proven boosters. Now we're about 45 seconds away from the landing burn beginning on the first stage. As a reminder, Starlink is a satellite internet constellation designed and manufactured by SpaceX to provide
Stage 2 terminal guidance.
high-speed, low-latency internet to people living in remote and rural locations around the globe. Landing burn coming up here in just under 10 seconds.
Stage 1 landing burn.
And there you can see that engine has ignited. Let's watch as Falcon 9 touches down on Just Read the Instructions.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And there you can see that Falcon 9 has touched down for its 15th landing for this booster. This marks our 58th landing this year
Acquisition of signal, Newfoundland.
and 158th overall landing
Nominal
of an
deploy
orbital class
orbit.
rocket. We also heard a call out for SECO, that is second engine cutoff 1, and we heard a confirmation of good orbit. And there you can see that MVEC engine has shut
Expected
down.
loss of signal, Cape.
And stage 2 is now carrying 54 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit. Thanks for joining us today. You can check social media for confirmation of payload deploy, and we'll see you again next time.
Now standing by.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
And there's that call out letting us know that Falcon 9 second stage is now fully loaded with all of its liquid oxygen as well. So with that being said, Falcon 9 is now fully loaded with all of its propellants,
Ground gas closeouts.
equaling to about 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen. The booster, or the first stage of the rocket that you see on screen, is flying for a record-breaking 16th time today. After liftoff and stage separation, this booster is scheduled to land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which you see there on your screen now. As many of you already know, successfully recovering parts of the rocket allows SpaceX to refly the most expensive parts of the rocket,
Falcon is in startup.
which in turn drive down the cost of space access. We heard the call out that Falcon 9 is in startup, awaiting the final go from our launch director.
Go for launch.
And there we just heard, the launch director has given the final go to proceed for launch. Let's sit back and watch as Falcon 9 takes our 22 Starlink satellites into space.
T minus 30 seconds. Seconds. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff. Go Starlink. Go Falcon. Vehicle is pitching downrange.
We're now at T plus 34 seconds and counting. Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40 from Cape Canaveral, Florida at 11:58 p.m. Eastern Time.
Nominal power and telemetry.
Next major milestone coming up is max Q, and that's when the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of external stresses as it ascends through the Earth's atmosphere.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
That call out there tells us that the vehicle is traveling faster than the speed of sound.
Max Q.
There we heard the call out for max Q. Again, that's when the vehicle experiences the greatest amount of aerodynamic pressure during flight. Now we're about a minute away from a series of events that will occur back to back. First one will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, followed by stage separation, SES1,
started,
and fairing separation. Main engine cutoff, or MECO, as indicated on the timeline at the bottom of your screen, is where all 9 of the Merlin 1D engines on the first stage will shut down. Stage separation will follow, as the names indicate. The first stage will separate from the second stage, followed by SES1, and that's where the second engine start, second engine start 1, that's where we will light the Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage. Moments ago, we heard the call out for MVAC engine chill had begun, indicating that we are beginning to chill the engine in preparation for second engine start 1.
MECO. Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition.
And as you just saw and heard over the nets, we've had successful main engine cutoff, stage separation, and SES1. You can see a nice orange glow developing there on the MVAC nozzle. We're coming up on fairing separation from the first stage in just a few seconds. In the top left corner of that screen on the left-hand side, you can actually make out the coast of Florida.
Separation confirmed.
And there we can see on screen the fairing separation. We will be attempting to recover both fairing halves using our recovery vessel Bob. Both of the fairing halves supporting today's mission are flight proven and flying for the 9th time with today's mission. The MVAC engine that you see there on your screen is attached to the second stage, and it's continuing with its burn, and that will last for about another 5 minutes. As for the first stage, it is on its way back to Earth towards our drone ship. Just read the instructions. Prior to fairing separation, we had a nice view of the Starlink satellites. The Starlink satellites flying on today's mission are...
Position of signal, Bermuda.
The satellites flying on today's mission are our second generation satellites. Internally, we call them V2 minis. The full-sized V2 satellites are designed to be flown on our larger launch system, which we call Starship, while the V2 minis have been modified to fly onboard Falcon 9. But even though the V2 minis are smaller than the full-size V2s, they are still much bigger than our previous satellites. More importantly, the V2 minis include more advanced phased array antennas and the use of E-band for backhaul, which means that Starlink will be able to provide about 4 times more capacity per satellite than earlier iterations. Starlink currently has 1.5 million subscribers, over 1.5 million subscribers, but that additional capacity means we'll be able to connect millions more people around the world with high-speed internet. As I mentioned earlier, today's Starlink mission marks SpaceX's 46th mission just this year and 245th mission overall. The next milestone coming up in our mission is entry burn, and that will be for the first stage, and that will be the first of 2 burns that it will go through in preparation for landing. Expecting entry burn to begin in about 15 seconds.
Stage 1 entry burn startup. Stage 1 FTS is saved.
You can see on screen, and there we also heard the call out for stage 1 entry burn. Stage 1, which we also refer to as the booster, has ignited engines 1, 5, and 9.
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
The center engine and 2 radial engines. and that helps to slow it down for atmospheric reentry.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
So with that entry burn complete for the first stage, the next burn will be the landing burn.
Nominal trajectory.
Everything continuing to look nominal for the second stage carrying our Starlink satellites.
Stage 1 transonic.
That call out there indicates that the first stage is traveling near the speed of sound. The next event coming up will be the landing bird. And we expect that to occur, we expect the landing burn to begin just momentarily.
Second stage in terminal guidance.
Stage 1 landing burn.
There's confirmation that the stage 1 landing burn has started in preparation for touchdown on our drone ship, which you see there on the right-hand side of your screen.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And as you can see on your screen, the Falcon 9 first stage has now successfully launched and landed for a record-breaking 16th time. We're now coming up to our second engine cutoff for the MVAC engine.
Expected loss of signal, Cape.
Nominal parking orbit.
Unfortunately, no views, but there we did hear the call out that we were waiting for, indicating that we have a good orbit. And with that, today's landing marks our 206th overall landing of an orbital class rocket, including Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy missions.
Expected loss of signal, Bermuda.
With confirmation of successful first stage landing and second engine cutoff and parking orbit, that will wrap up our coverage for now. Be sure to check our social media for confirmation of Starlink deployment. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mission liftoff.
Vehicle is pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Nominal power and telemetry.
Falcon 9 is supersonic. Max Q.
MVAC shell has started.
Nominal trajectory.
Main engine cut off.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition.
Fairing separation confirmed.
All vehicles, nominal trajectory.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Stage 1 FTS is saved.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
Stage 1 transonic. Terminal guidance. Stage 1 landing burn. Landing leg deploy. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
Expected loss of signal, Cape.
Impact shutdown.
Stage 2, backflow complete. Ground gas closeout. Falcon 9 is in startup. LD, go for launch.
T minus 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Go Falcon, go Starlink.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. M1D propulsion is nominal. Power and telemetry is nominal. Falcon 9 is supersonic. Max Q. MVAC chill has started. Miko. Stage separation confirmed. MVAC ignition. Both vehicles are following nominal trajectories. Fairing separation confirmed. Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
Stage 1 FTS has safed.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
Stage 2 FTS has safed.
Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
Stage 1 is transonic.
Stage 2, terminal guidance.
Stage 1 landing burn startup. Stage 1 landing legs deployed. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition, and liftoff of Starlink 634. Go Starlink, go Falcon.
Vehicles pitching downrange.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Nominal power and telemetry.
Falcon and Starlink are supersonic. Max Q.
MVAC engine chill has started. Main engine cutoff.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition.
Fairing separation confirmed. Both vehicles are on a nominal trajectory. Both vehicles continuing to follow a nominal trajectory.
Stage 1, entry burn, startup.
Stage 1, FTS has saved.
Stage 1, entry burn, shut down.
Stage 2, FTS has saved. Both stages are on a nominal trajectory.
Stage 1 transonic.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
Stage 1 landing burn. Stage 1 landing leg deploy. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
MVAC shutdown.